Good morning, traders. This is Dan, obviously. I hope you had a great weekend. I'm going to start today just because I have to leave here about 9:20 or so. And then Greg will do Greg's telling me 1 second, all right? 1 second. All right, good morning, traders. This is Dan. I'm going to start off with the review of some earnings, some gappers, some of our tier one hit list items. Just because I have to leave early for traveling this morning, and then Greg will come on at 9:15 and do his normal routine of market review, etc. At that point in time, but I'll look at the spiders as I always do. So, we're over the next few weeks looking for lower prices. We got two obviously spots over here, but based on this 15-minute close on Friday, this was a beautiful reversal. I have higher pivot highs, higher pivot lows. So on the 15-minute chart, we are range bound. It'll be interesting to see how we hold this gap. And if we go sideways for a couple of days, then that could set up a bounce for an inverse head and shoulders. So right now we're just gapping up into this trading range. So it's not a whole lot to get excited about. We actually gave a lot of ideas, long and short, and the only alarms I have going off, which is good because that means the shorts that we have are not going to trigger unless they're weak, and then the longs, we gave I even asked Greg, are we giving too many longs here? And I went back and I looked at the patterns, and I'm like, they're all beautiful patterns. If they trigger, they look good. We just don't want to get caught, as we say, when the tide goes out of the market internals and broader markets selling off, because then even our beautiful patterns don't have the same follow through, obviously. All right, so MPC, I did have an alarm. This is a put spread idea under Friday's low. I just reset the alarm because I see it getting pulled back in here. And the only other alarm I had go off so far is this MDU. Now, this is a great example of an initial closing breakout. This was in a trading range, total mess, overlapping bars. So finally here, you had a 180 reversal, you have bullish price action at resistance, and Friday, just a decisive closing breakout. So I'm looking to buy a half lot over Friday's high and then wait for a pullback on the back half, because that's a pretty big bar, and it's what we call an end of day rally. So it's extended intraday and should pull back. These are some earnings trades. LI, gap into resistance, no interest. Frey. I actually had, this is an interesting pattern. This had earnings, I think a battery company, that if it opened flat, it would be a fantastic breakdown on the daily chart. It's kind of a massive descending triangle. You see the 20-50 declining, but it could also be a pattern that is a bottoming pattern with a little breakdown failure. Now, in order for that scenario to come to fruition, we need a potent reversal and a price void. So let's say hypothetically, it's gapping up here at 875. If it can close, in between the 20 and 50 here, then it could bust a move and go up to the 200. So I'll keep that on the list. UNP, I don't think this is earnings. The only news I saw is they're talking about changing the CEO, but I just personally find that hard to believe that that's such a big gap just on that news alone. but regardless, there's no pattern for me. This is, here you go. Here's a day trade short idea. So it's gapping under this entire Friday base. So it's it's relative weakness, obviously, with the market gapping up. But keep an eye on this. Mondays, I personally don't trade in the first 5 minutes period. Let things settle down on Mondays. I like changing that to 10 or 15 minutes. There's just more orders, retail, people doing different things, and it just takes a few minutes longer to get things to settle down. But 10-minute low, that looks like a day trade short idea. With this gap up here, 63 bucks and change, if it can close strong, then we got ourselves a W bottom for tomorrow. So that could be a put spread today within the first 30 minutes if it holds the gain, and within the first 30 minutes. And then if the day closes strong, then tomorrow over today's high. I like that. KOP has a light volume, but I like the consolidation here, daily, weekly. The weekly here, you got a bear sandwich. The daily had a big old move, but it's one of these kind of triangle patterns we talked about in MT Live last Wednesday. It's too light volume though, but I do like that pattern. This range bound but higher low retest with a void. It could be a day trade 30-minute high, but also a put spread idea if there's any juice doing here. PNW is a big mess. You're gone. FSR gapping up 620. 30-minute high, possible day trade. This is what it's a nasty downtrend, daily, weekly, monthly. This is a pattern we call a bullish gap surprise. Ooh. When I saw this gap up this morning, if this did gap up here to 250, that was going to be a tier 1 long for me over a 5, 10, 15-minute high, because this is a beautiful turn here at the 50 with a price void. But now, I guess they have an earnings call or something or other, because now it's getting whacked. No interest there. HSC, no pattern. Tree, no pattern. Tree. Now, Alex, I don't know if you remember this. Do you all know that some that you do in the green room? There's stocks that I say I'm gonna keep watching you because I really believe you're gonna turn someday, and you have such a big potential to bounce. So I was watching this weekly on Tree, weekly, monthly, and you know what? I think I finally threw in the towel of stop watching it on this last breakdown right here. So look at that, Greg. The last breakdown was the breakdown failure start of that. And then look at that. It went from 18 bucks to 47. Crazy. Don, I will come back in the airplane. That's my friends has one of these NetJet things, and they have internet on the plane. So yes, I will be back. This gapping down, nothing. SGen, this was an amazing earnings gap, amazing consolidation. You got it, John. I will. Amazing consolidation, and 1, 2, 3 on the weekly. Now it's gapping up to $20. I don't even know what the news is on that. Yeah, a buyout, really? Okay. Square had earnings last Friday. We did a beautiful short strangle, short out of the money calls and puts with this big old bottoming tail. It is a put spread candidate. under Friday's low. What is going on with Lunar? Oh, Pfizer buying them, really? This, I have no idea what's up with this thing, but let's keep an eye on it. Because it obviously has shown its footprints that it has the propensity to bust a move, John. There you have it. You didn't even have to wait for the airplane ride. I just gave it to you on a platter. Yeah, look, we had this on our long list right here on this gap reversal, and it never took out this green bar high. And I wonder if the smart money, knew about this buyout or whatever, but that's not looking good. I'm not sure where that came from, but yeah, you're right. That is a Madonna song. You're right. That's a sloppy, retest pattern. Deck here is a short watch under the lows. You always got to have alarms to have things to go to if you change your bias. So I still have a number of shorts here. And like I said, hopefully the alarm doesn't go off. ZWS making the turn here at the gap fill. This is a put spread idea. I wouldn't do it over Friday's high. I would set an alarm at, this 15-minute pivot here from Thursday. That would be my entry for a put spread. This is a bear 1, 2, 3. Let's keep this on our short watch. NOW under Friday's low. We have this as a call spread candidate. Bull. This is I got 4 inside bars, and it's still okay above Friday's high, because here's my flag pole. I got a 1, 2, 3 on the weekly. So bull looks good on Friday's high. And then Marriott. It's a head and shoulders pattern, but I would like a longer right shoulder, but I still set an alarm at 169.50. All right, let me go back up here now. These are just a bunch on my watch list. Cisco. That's a buy setup over Friday's high. Same with Airbnb. Now, I didn't post Airbnb yet just because I don't like these two. I don't like Thursdays. But it's definitely on my long watch list because I just need a little more information. Same with Twilio. I don't like the Thursday, Friday arrangement of bars. It's not a potent reversal. It is why. But these are all fantastic long watches. Visto, there's a 1, 2, 3. Now we just looked at IMAX. It's technically not a 1, 2, 3 because the retracement Friday was too deep. Nevertheless, let's set an alarm at 1820. See if it can get over this. TX. Texas. Greg found this for me Friday, and I love it. Daily, weekly. Look fantastic. Lauer's a 1, 2, 3, but it's at this price void, and it's far from the 20, so that's not ideal. But I like the 15-minute chart. Keep that on your list for a day trade long. Wide range closing breakout of consolidation. That's a nice put spread idea. Same ABBV, nice gap breakout. It's above this 20 and 200. I did look for put spread. There was just no juice. IIPR. I mean, look, have any of you seen arrangements of moving averages like this, recently? I mean, we get parallel 20 and 50 all the time, but look at this. This is now in alignment with the longer term. I rarely see parallel all three like that. That is amazing weakness. That's the marijuana landlord. Mo, nice closing breakdown. I like Friday's low. Rum, Friday's low. I like short. Here's a little bull flag, GNW. That's on my long watch list. GVA. Put spread, made a higher high, higher low. Looks good. MBI, nice gap reversal. I like that over Friday's high. Bullish weekly. MDU, we talked about that one. RE, nice bullish consolidation after a pro gap. And TEX, nice. That is a power move right here. And you can see the 20 far from the 50, so you know it's getting extended, but it's been going sideways for 2 weeks and negated a gap down on Friday. Another closing breakout. So that is strong as can be. And this one's a little sloppier, but also closing breakout. ATEC. Hey, Thomas, I had that on my very next one here. Bottoming pattern, put spread idea. All right, I'm about done here. My friend's going to be here in 10 minutes to pick me up. More overlapping bars, but another bullish one. Ollie, I like that over Friday's high. It's above the 20 and 200. It's been resting at resistance. IRTC, I like on a pullback. Ideally, gives us a 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4. EVER, nice, beautiful wide range closing breakout. Boyd, short idea. FE, just a retest pattern. Don't like it directionally, but put spread idea. Corning looks lower under Friday's low. ENPH, Friday's low. Didn't I say this one, like I mentioned on Frey? It could be the start of a breakdown failure. If this takes out Thursday's high, and then let's look to sell put spreads, but under Friday's low, it's a short. It's a breakdown and a nasty downtrend. And I like the fact that it's gapping up. All right, that's it. I finished my entire list there. I hope I gave you a lot of cool ideas. So I'm going to turn it over to Greg now. You all have a great trading morning, and we're supposed to take off at 10:30. So I'm guessing 11 o'clock. I'll be able to come back in on the internet. So have a great trading morning, you all. Talk soon.
Safe trip, Dan. Talk later. All right. Good morning, everybody. All right. So a little reprieve here, technical bounce, and we'll see how high it can get or not in the next couple of days. So let me just get my drawing thing out here. Something to consider, is what's been going on. Back at the top here, right here is where our internals told us things were going to start to correct. Right? It was right up here. And this correction, the breadth is brought it all the way down here. And it's at that initial extreme, at a point where typically things begin to stabilize, and you can see prices are on the 200 MA. Everybody's watching that. And, bulls are kind of hanging there in hope mode that buyers will show up, and they are a bit here this morning. As you can see, that pushed up. So technical bounce. Can it get through Thursday's high? That would be a little bit more encouraging. However, notice what's happened here in that as I see this is the start of the move. You had a sideways consolidation. It was correcting sideways bullishly as internals reached that bearish extreme. And they chopped sideways for almost 2 weeks. last week was the start of the move. Now it's at an inflection point and it's going to bounce. Right? How far does it bounce? So if they really show up, and this is what we'll be looking for, there are some long setups here, lots of rounding tops out there which say, hey, there's going to be plenty of sellers up above. So if we get a stabilization, the question is, can it make some kind of deep move, a decent retracement? And there's going to be sellers up here. So we've got this window before sellers are going to come in more aggressively somewhere above here. Now that 400 or 4,000 level in the S&Ps is going to be a big sticking point. And let me just switch this over because, and again, TC has zeroed out things. Give me a second here. Get screen. Okay, so that should look the same. But what I want to show you, this has been the case for a while. And so it broke below that, right? This 4,000 level. And now it's coming back up. It was support, right? That big open interest is what we're looking at. That's been the case. And so that can be like a sticking point where it just holds it there. So that is going to be a level where we're going to want to see, can it get back above? And then, of course, Thursday's high is the technical point because intraday, that's going to be where the resistance is. And you can see that up here. And so I've got 40.50 for SPX today. Now you may want to wait 5 minutes to see if this move up that's going on can get a little bit higher, maybe can get above that level a little bit. Down below, I don't think I want to go there, even though it's opened up. Last I looked, I mean, I didn't even write it down because it was too close. I think it was 39.30. So this little move up that we're seeing right now, it's not anything powerful. As I said, it's just a technical move off of where what he is looking at. All right, so back to these charts, and we look for other things that are in alignment with that. That's a 30-year. So the 10-year is coming down. That's good for equities. But, it got rejected from 4%. So far, we'll see. It took out the pivot high. That's strength, suggesting it should go up to the next level. So we've got a moment here where the timing of 200-day moving average, the 10-year at 4% being rejected, it's down a little bit. The dollar came off of that major support we talked about for a few weeks down there. It gapped up like an exhaustion gap on Friday. Now it's down below that. So that's retracing. That leans more to a bias that the markets can move up at least. They should be at least today. And maybe, depending on where they end, could follow through for another day or so. So the beginning of the day, and this is going to bump its head right on this resistance here. So the upside isn't likely to be much more. I would be careful as far as the broader markets go, not to get caught buying the top, and could look somewhat impressive as if it pushes from here, to here. But if it can close like this by the end of the day, we've got this range expansion bar Friday into the 200 and the depth of retracement into the green bar, it would be supportive that, hey, if it can't get above Thursday's high at that point, something's wrong. So at the end of the day, if this looks like that, it should go up, this minor resistance, I would think. In any event, the sideways consolidation, the start of the move, this looks more like what should make a lower high, and then the next leg down, even though breadth is here, sentiment is still up at a bearish level, so neutral. But the ideal scenario would be something like this happening where both of these were aligned. That would be what we really would like to see. So far, chopping around here a little bit, looking at other markets. Right? Tech, right? On support on the 200, bouncing up toward the resistance area. Maybe have a little bit more room, right? Push to where sellers are going to become more aggressive. We'll see, does it go sideways there, pull back? We'll see how it plays out during the trading day. Russell, same story, at support within this intraday range, coming up to the top of it where sellers are going to be. Now the Dow, which was holding up, and this I thought was a little interesting. So it broke through these pivots. It just stopped at the next one. It didn't get to the 200. That's coming up to the range. We've got a big red igniting bar. So what I pointed to on the daily chart is the start of the move from the consolidation. You can see it clearly on the Dow. We've got a wide range bar breaking down under support. It stopped at the next point to the left, and it's getting a technical reprieve or bounce here. Now we'll see how far this gets. Now, this kind of held kind of in the same place, but maybe a little bit better, where, it poked down under these lows and came back up again. And so it's holding for the moment, but the same big red bar. Transports, kind of came back off. So we pretty much got a big mess here. With resistance pretty close by. It held a technical level. And as I said, if it can hold on to today's gain, well, then we've got, the potential to at least test some overhead resistance and see how aggressive sellers want to be at that point. These are coming down, right? This had to stabilize today with the dollar moving down, but it's in a pretty aggressive downtrend. You can see how the bars are relatively equal in size and igniting, and it stalls and back down again as it comes into support, and the dollar is coming into that resistance. We'll see over the coming days whether this can try and make a counter trend turn. So kind of exhaustion, kind of a move to the downside into this low, this area there. So this is beginning to stabilize. Even the hourly is still in a downtrend, trying to overcome some resistance. So it usually takes, a day or two, see if it rattles around here. The best scenario for a counter trend trade. Big mess. We talked a week ago or more about this head and shoulders top, but whether it might flip back up again. So still waiting on that. Bitcoin is rattling around. It's at resistance and wide range bar. Factory work. Can it stay in the top of the wide range bar into the middle part there? It is forming some support levels here. You can see even on the hourly there as it comes up into its resistance. Now, as we've seen, these different equity markets as well as Bitcoin, or the early morning goes, the upside, it may push a bit higher before it hits these respective resistance areas. So it's going to be, I think, a little choppy because the depth of retracement now, and it's just one bar to another, but the depth of retracement on the hourly is a positive. Technically, it's at a point where it should do that. And we'll see how it reacts as it gets up here. Now, I would say even if it takes this out, marginally takes it out, that depth of retracement, while positive, taking out the prior pivot highs, and what I explained about stop loss orders last week with the credit spreads, that after prices come down to take out a stop, hold your breath. Well, it's the same thing here. If you were short and you held on all the way through here and it takes us out, it isn't a place to cover that because it's like the momentum is going to stall. Right? You think natural gas is going to move? I saw it up there a little bit this morning. I saw it trying to make the turn, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. All right, everybody. Those are on the internet there. We'll be back in the morning. And don't forget about MT Live on Wednesday. All right. Bye-bye. Second, everybody. Hey, give me a second. I have to switch over to my other system, which I typically get that all done because Dan is typically speaking second by the time things open up. So give me a second here. All right. So at 400, it's going to take me a few seconds to get everything set up over here. What we want to look for, it shouldn't fill the gap. All right, with this gap, with this pullback down to the 200, that should not come all the way down. Well, filling the gap would mean it comes here. If it's going to pull back into anyway, it should stop on the top of these bars here. You can't see his chart? I didn't put it up. Oh, shoot. Okay. Into the minutes. I got to get things set up on the other system. Everything today needs access codes. I like this. The reward to risk is not, I don't, well, not that I know how high it's going to go, but with that big bar, it's in a bottoming pattern. I don't want to put a stop under yesterday's low. I don't want to fade this gap since it came off of the, meaning on the markets there, because it came off of the 200 like that and down multiple days in a row. I figure there should be buyers on this pullback. We're in the trading range. I'm still. E-signal takes like a little, well, almost a minute to get loaded with all the charts. There we go. And I can see what's going on. The ticks are up above 1,000. I don't see anything really moving, but there's buying going on. Spiders potentially, well, potential buy area if they begin to pull back. Like just below 399. There's a pre-market support there. Fine. I like it. You see it's at these pivots. Let's see if we can rattle around here. You could buy it above the high of the day with a stop below the base, or at least $90. Are you concerned about the gap? Well, no. That's why I said if you put the stop below here, it's gapping, it's within this base, and this gap reversal day on Friday. That's a positive. So this should be ample room. Whether it comes down into the gap, it's not taking out the high here. So if it comes down into here, you could buy an initial position with a stop down here or still below that bar, and then look to add at the appropriate time. Once it forms a continuation pattern. It's a good chart. Look at the weekly. The move up from here to here, and it's gone sideways for a month. And compare that to the market. It's shown relative strength. Futures coming in, market's coming in a little bit. Consider NVIDIA. It could be a swing. It's strong. It's been holding up from the gap. It's coming in on the 2-minute here, going sideways. Unless it breaks down below 236, you can see the intraday base. That's good for a day trade above the highs. A 5-minute, but and now that this is broken down on the 2-minute here, Let's see if we get a red bar ignored, or does it come down to this level here? Maybe there's some imaginary line in here, like a trend line or a trader pivot line or a VWAP or who knows what. It's flipping back up here. ELGN. It could work above the high of the day. Yesterday, green bar. I'm looking at it on my other system. I want to go back and forth. It's got a good 5-minute chart where it was trending up. It's got room, it's got bottoming action on the hourly. Things are just jiggling around here so far. Apple could be a day trade. There's lots of stuff. Snow is sideways at the high. These are all daily patterns that have pulled back. Probably Netflix. Netflix, that's consolidating near the high. So assuming these spiders and Qs take out the high of the day, if there's some kind of whipsaw and they take out the low, there's no choice from a day trading perspective but to just get out, because at that point they could go down and come down to that level. So it's early, so it's not like we have a pivot, but we got an initial breakdown failure. You can see they're both at the opening price. I don't like it. Could be a day trade. Just so erratic and messy. It's been grinding up. I mean, this part of it's okay, Thomas. It's not, if this market will get some legs, probably almost anything that looks decent will go up. AD line went up to plus 2,000 at the open, high tick. So good buying. Yeah. dollar still lower. NVIDIA is still in its trading range on the 2-minute at the bottom of it, flipping back and forth. Apple holding up pretty good. I mean, none of these daily patterns are great at all. They all look to me at some point like they're going to roll back over again. But right now, the 200 MA, everything we discussed, buyers want to give it a shot. Apple looks like it could trigger above like 148.40. Backing it off from there again. And if they won't buy Apple, what are they going to buy? NVIDIA is still going sideways up there. There goes Apple. There we go. You're in it, put a stop on the Apple, put a stop under the low today. Netflix holding up okay. That's got the TX, good pattern. You know, it's got a 10-cent spread. You could probably get filled in between if anybody else does it. Market's still grinding lower slightly. No, it's just, remember, I've said this a million times. One technical concept doesn't mean it's a strategy. So reversal periods, just something to be aware of, that around 10 o'clock, things tend to have some kind of reversal. It doesn't mean it's going to be a major reversal. Sometimes it's 10:30. That's because it's a little thin, Stephen. And the gap and the spread there. It's fine for a swing trade. It's not as liquid as you would want it to be for day trading. Netflix trying to make a turn here. That's under its 50 MA, but theoretically it shouldn't make a difference. This is really nothing to the left of it. Just went through it. Buyers still coming on here, but they're not too aggressive. The market's flipping back up here. Spiders trying to get through their open near the high of the day. They don't want to buy it high, it seems. Buying, but let's see. After 10 o'clock, maybe if they're still holding up here, which they are, maybe they can break through the high of the day. Interesting. SPX is pushing above the high of the day, and spiders are not. Well, it's right there. It's topped out, Nazar. Bottom of the trading range. the trading range. The question is whether it can hold up here or whether it break lower. Looks like it gapped up from the bottom of the range. It's in the middle of the range. Neutral. It's in an uptrend. I'd give that another day, Thomas. Just trading inside of this wide range bar. Like most things, if they can close positive, like if that can close like that, it should be a go tomorrow. I mean, if you want to take it as a swing, I would wait till a little later in the day to see if it holds on to this gain. Just look, it's up a few bars. It looks good, but, or maybe, maybe if it pulls back into here, you buy a little bit. It's developing. So all of this sideways stuff here, you would think, hey, that there's this hesitancy, right, to be aggressive, to keep their buying, but it isn't going up, right? So they prefer to buy things cheaper, but maybe they're not going to be able to buy them cheaper, so they have to pay up. And that should drive things up to that resistance level we talked about pre-market. NVIDIA hit. So that's a good sign. The Netflix was a decent pattern on the 2-minute. I didn't go for it. Russell futures came all the way back down to the pre-market support and went all the way back up again. Dow took out the high. Carvana, some news I saw this morning. Who was it? When did I see it? Oh, well. Someone was reiterating it by. I don't know where it is. It's down on its 50 MA, but just another one that could start to make the turn. Well, they had plenty of opportunity to buy. It got cut in half in the last 2 weeks. Who the hell knows, Valley? How many times it looked like it's ready to make a turn? Yeah, it's a nice retracement off of the breakdown. So definitely a shakeout kind of a pattern. Now it's at resistance. Maybe on a pullback, pick up a little, see what happens. Certainly don't want to buy it after it's come up to the top of the resistance area. S&Ps are into that overnight resistance. They can get up a little bit more, but yeah. Definitely, you can see the way it trades. Just give me 1 second. A slow grinder. Q's got a little more room, well, the NQs have more room for their resistance. S&Ps are right into it. Semiconductors are lagging here. So NVIDIA is chopping here. Well, there's been SPX buying calls in 40.50 and more in 40.60. Yeah, that should be fine. I think it should be fine. Things are coming. This is, what is it now? What is the premium now at 50? It's fine. That's got a big open interest there too. Another tick extreme. The downside should have been limited, Rich. I mean, it could have went down, as I said, to those levels. And I explained if it didn't get there, say by 10 o'clock, it's with the reversal times. Hey, they had a half hour to take it down to a level to buy cheaper. You couldn't do it. So you have to step up. And now with S&Ps coming up into this resistance area that we talked about pre-market, you figure some selling's going to start and the NQs, they're not quite there yet, but they're getting close. The Dow futures, they took out the top of Friday's range, but they have to hold on to the gain now. What is so bullish? I'm not saying anything is so bullish. I explained pre-market. It's a technical level that could last, I don't know, a couple of days, and then it depends how far does it go. But things have come down. Things came down to the 200 MA. I gave both scenarios in that you have an igniting move, right? That's like one bar, essentially. An igniting bar out of a base. But it's come down to a technical level. So it's been correcting here, the sideways correction. I kind of like it, Thomas. It's kind of like a upward grinding thing. I wouldn't buy it unless it pulls back. So can it take this out? You would think based on this pullback, and it should, but now it's stalled. So nothing so bullish has happened other than a move off of a technical level. Things don't have to go straight down, because who wants to short at the 200 MA on the, this first test after this move up? So now we'll see if it can't take this out by tomorrow. Well, I think longs at that point start getting nervous. Breakouts haven't worked quite well. Top of it, bottom of it, it's it's coming up to the top of the range. You got a little bit of a wide range bar and an inside bar, which could be a breakout bar failure on the 2-minute. So this isn't the kind of pattern that suggests this is going to go ripping up into here. But if it can chop around here, say this is going sideways now for another 15, 20 minutes or so, it should be able to at least get to the top here. Either way, the upside is limited unless this can consolidate for a while. And it's the idea of, or concept of, absorbing supply. I'm going to cut this NVIDIA loose. See, Apple moved up nicely. That should have. It's just chopping back and forth. I guess you should have been in it ready if you're going to do it. None of these patterns. I mean, they're almost all the same. Everything moved up. It's pulled back. It's close to resistance. Granted, this isn't an uptrend. This is British Petroleum. Crude oil is just still just sitting there in that little range. Got $1 profit in Apple, sell half. At least break even for the back. He's got a bull put credit spread open on this. That's true, Austin. Pending home sales. Well, home sales are bottoming. Huh. You want to read? The ticks pulled back from an extreme to zero. S&Ps went sideways. At resistance. Seven. But adding at this point, Stephen, it's right into resistance here. Coming into 1030. Not a good place to add. Nope. Nope. Not without going sideways here for a while. And if it takes it out, all these things are broken down. It's just, like I said, a technical bounce. Well, you wouldn't want to do it over the highs unless you got some kind of bullish price action. See how, so it's starting, it's going sideways. Now, if you were going to consider adding, maybe a pullback to support, or if it goes sideways up here for a little while and you get a breakdown failure, that could be something to consider a breakout. But I don't think it would make sense for it to play out until later in the day. Stuff's starting to pull back now. Let's see how far they pull back. Meta couldn't get back to the high of the day. Microsoft's coming in from a little double top. So based on where the dailies are, right, these pullbacks, right, it's back below its open. It just makes sense for them to consolidate a little bit, see if buyers come in at higher levels, maybe a higher low, maybe it retests the low and come back in, that kind of pattern, and then build up a little more support level, some sideways consolidation on the hourly that could set up a higher move this afternoon or tomorrow. Yes. Look at the way this thing gaps down. So it's bullish price action. Now it gaps down and retraces back up. And so now it gapped up the other day, came all the way back down. Overall, it's not doing much of anything because you just look at the closing prices, it barely moves. But it's turned around, so it's just grinding. There's one to keep an eye on. I don't know if this was something Dan mentioned, but I see it. It's a little thin. Let's see if it fills the gap. It's all right. You see that it's not maybe the market's Thomas, but look at how it came down. It's not good, you know, up all the way back down below the low of the wide range bar. I don't know if this was an earnings gap, but it could bounce up. So everything right now is at resistance. Look to the left there, you see resistance on the S&Ps. So things are consolidating, but this could definitely be good, like a lot of things, if they hold on to the gains here today to move up for a day or two. But my expectation wouldn't be that it makes new highs because of how far it retraced. Maybe it surprises us, but historically, a better pattern with something like this would be a retest. So the idea behind that is, right, this was a problem. It should have never done it. And now it comes to a technical point, and if it comes down where you get this time correction where you move away from what was a problem, now you have a greater probability of being able to resume the bullishness of what occurred here. But that takes a little time. Now, it's right there at that pivot. What does it do there? Does it do this and form that kind of retest? Does it go sideways? And so if we were to get that kind of sideways for end of the day, if it formed a bottoming tail bar, that would be great. So it doesn't have to come down here. If it formed a bottoming tail bar and made a higher low, that would tell us that buyers are more aggressive because it didn't come down here. Oh, it's a good one, keep an eye on it. Markets are coming in. They're at resistance. They're doing what they typically do based on the pattern that's there right now. Let me switch to another screen here to see what we might be able to find. Everything has got these kind of patterns. So intraday setups, right? Didn't get that far. It's going to come in a little now on the 2-minute, but Microsoft we looked at, that couldn't even get above its open or stay there. This is pulling back to where maybe another day or so sideways, it could make a decent move. Netflix, it's up a bit today, but the depth of retracement, the rounding top, it could bounce up, right? There's damage. Things have been damaged. NVIDIA, right? Didn't work out. Was trying, popped up, and then Buyers backed away. Nothing. Square needs a few more days. This is nothing. Clearly, this broke down. We looked at it last week. Adobe broke down. It's at the bottom of the range. That's a problem. Costco looks like it's got to go lower. Nike, a little extended short term, like the market. But the idea I explained pre-market, the breakdown and the spiders, like that was a wide range bar. You're putting the bars together. What happened last week and the start of a move. But maybe it bounces up a little bit. Earnings, I think, after the close. Into it, that's a mess. Some of the same stocks, extended, Google, nothing, doing nothing, doing nothing. Oracle. This would see this head and shoulders top here, and it's retraced up. This might go up if it can clear those highs. Where you get this topping pattern that fails. Oh, this one is, that one broke down. That could go lower, but right, this is probably has to come down here. Needs time. Is that a breakdown failure or does it roll back over? This is doing nothing. This we want to see where it ends the day. That could be the idea of the deep retracement. That other one that we looked at with the wide range bar, this is the same idea. I'm saying it broke out. It came all the way down. It doesn't look exactly the same thing, but it came all the way down. You got this wild day for whatever, and now it's going sideways. So that sideways maybe repairs the damage it could get going. And we'll see. This broke the uptrend. This is doing nothing. Lulu's doing nothing in the middle of the trading range. I mean, that could be spreads. And 330. That's on AMAT. Premium. No, nothing there. Not enough. Markets gave it up at resistance. I start all over again. See what it's going to do. I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know if I can show both of these screens at the same time. It'll probably be crazy for me to show them both how to switch back and forth. I have no idea. I think there's a way to do it, but Dan just sent me a picture with all his buddies ready to get on the plane. Hmm. Everything's kind of in the middle of nowhere here. Down multiple days where they want to bounce, but not developed enough or eaten up any of that resistance yet to where any bounce is going to be meaningful. GE continues to hold up terrifically. Because they have to rebuild now. It's going to take time. It's going to be a little boring. This is reporting earnings a couple of days. These green bars, we got to see how they hold up here today. This rider systems could be along at the end of the day, but let's be sure. I don't see that range expanding in this market, but I like that it's a decent sized green bar. You know, as things have pulled back here. U-Haul. Let's see if that holds on to the game. Sweet. The rum looks a little better, Sam, but that one's weak. That's at the bottom of the trading range. $40.50's been killed. Most of the money's out of it. This could continue to get weaker, but if you did that call spread, even these red bars, something like this, I need to see what it's going to look like near the end of the day. Markets are not dead yet. I mean, they're not just because they gave back today. That doesn't mean that they can't go higher by tomorrow. It's repeating, but this thing has to develop as to this pullback to the 200, this move up. There's other things that I explained about coming down to make a retest pattern. If it could do that, that would be more bullish. Riot could be a 1, 2, 3 tomorrow. Let's see what it does. Tea time. Waiting. Setting, you can hear you through laptop speakers though. Sounds something on your end, Gary. I don't know. If you click on the little mic, well, not the microphone, whatever on your controls there. I don't know that it in Zoom, you can pick where the sound plays out of. Right. So if you had an external speaker, you have to pick that versus the computer. And you go into your settings, like if you click the little arrow on your taskbar, there should be a sound thing. And if you click that, you could even pick there where sound comes from. It doesn't fix it. I don't know. Is it just Zoom or you use a different application and the sound comes out of those speakers? Because there is a setting in Zoom too. Just Zoom. So go into the Zoom settings and see if it's set for the laptop or your external speakers. You did. I don't know. You got one of those kind of Dan tech issues. You might have to buy a new laptop. I'm kidding. Maybe tomorrow, Sam. Unless they can get percolating today. Unless you want to buy it, you think it's a cheap buy down here. Would have stopped under yesterday's low. That's doable. This is for a scalper buy. You can do this. I don't think they're going to do much today. They're going to hold up from Friday, turn on the 200. These are going to grind today and deal with that resistance to the left. But I like that little bottoming tail bar that broke the lows. I just don't see anything. There's no windfalls coming, no big gains coming here. That might take a few days. This thing's holding up. I like this holding up above the opening price, this break here. But still, it's going to go up 50, 75 cents. Hourly is still starting to transition to a sideways trend. Transitions, everything. I think everything is early. But if you're willing to give them some room, just based on what I've been talking about, that today is, you know, there was some follow through in the morning to the turnaround on Friday. Now there's the supply area to the left. I think markets are dealing with that. Things get choppy. They hold on to the gain, they make a higher low, they do whatever. Things are looking green at the end of the day. Higher probability of some kind of meaningful follow through tomorrow. And we'll see how they look this afternoon. In patterns like this, and it's not great, but it's similar to what we're seeing where, there was this follow through and deep pullback, it comes back up, it goes sideways. By the end of the day, this is at least above the open and ideally near the high of the day. That's near the low of the day. I mean, it's kind of like more of the same. This is weaker. It's down. Stabilization. Need a little bit more. So I'm repeating, but the good long setups, if they're going to play out, it's going to come. They're going to be more evident later in the day and into tomorrow. This is holding up relatively well. Not moving too much either way, but stronger than a lot of other things. iRobot. That might be shortable later in the day. Right now, it's just moved too much. It's on support. That's got to pull back. Wow. Eh, no joke. Look at the spread on that. What's that natural gas symbol again? NGA? NUNGS. keep an eye on this one. This could be something today that could continue to move up. That's a decent looking hourly chart. And it dipped down today and came up. It's consolidating near the high of the day. An alert on this one. See if it takes out the high. It'll turn green on the day. It'll get above its open. It's already green on the day, meaning it's up on the day, but it's not above its open. Find anything here? Just what's doing better today than others. Not great. I don't already a range day, but better than some of the others could go. Nope. Nope. These are well busted. That's a nice gap. To see what happens. It's too big. I think. That looks okay, Scott. What is this? Diagnostic research, healthcare. The day isn't complete, but it's moving up. Well, or just take a small position with a stop under the low here. Maybe like a third type of position and see what happens. This is there's an open bull put credit spread expiring at the end of the week on Merck. The stop is 107.98. I would be inclined to be exiting that and not waiting for it if it looks weak at the end of the day. Right now it's on top of this support. So the stop is stop is 107 below 108. So it's got to bounce up from here. Well, that would encompass explaining multiple time frames, Sam. It would be a good video, sure. But that is a counter trend type of strategy for a scalp. Well, it depends on the time frames that you're looking at, because from a smaller time frame, it would have to be counter trend. Now, and as I'm thinking and talking, even if it was in an uptrend on the daily chart, the trend would be in question if it retraced more than 100%. But to give me an example to look at, and we could discuss that. Is it if prices, right, by definition, did this greater than 100% retracement, and now I'm looking for stabilization. Say this is the hourly time frame, and the 5-minute is doing this. All right, I'm looking for something like this, where this is transitioning, that I wouldn't expect it's going to go back up. I would never short this. So there's a bull put credit spread here. Right. So we don't short things on a greater than 100% retracement. And so, and we've shown this in MT Live. Well, you could go long, not at the moment of it happening. It would have to be, what I'm explaining here, where your anticipation is that, it's gone all the way down. And I know this is the general concept where prices are retraced quite a bit. They take out stops or some support point. The momentum begins to stall. Depending on how it came down, makes a difference, because if it came down like this, it maybe at the end it got climactic, but you've got this resistance. Whereas if it was a more fluid move down, and now the 5-minute begins to stabilize, and you get this little counter trend pop, which is a scalper trade. But for a swing trade, this could be the weekly, and this could be the daily. But we always show if it's doing this, right, we wait for it to kind of, you get your candlestick pattern, whatever, and then it rolls back over. I think something similar to maybe what Alex had showed before. Well, it could be like a 1, 2, 3, right? Because this is a greater than 100% retracement, but of course, on a lower time frame, this is a wide range bar. On the higher time frame, now you're not getting the number 2 bar, but this, it took out the low, and tries to come back up again. Not the greatest example, but here's the opposite of it. And if that took out the high on a straight move up, you don't want to be a buyer. But it's a signal of strength, buying pullbacks. Now, people do that all the time. They buy that, but you got to put your stop down here, which could certainly work out. But intelligent money management is one in which, if you did buy this and it took out the high, your stop is here, you're not going all in. That would be stupid. Here's another example of what we've been talking about all day. Pullback, right? The trend is broken. It's pulled back to the 50. It's greater than 100% retracement if you're using this pivot. It gaps up today, gaps into resistance like everything else, and now it's dealing with it. And depending on how it deals with it, where this could go sideways this afternoon, and it holds up here, we have, a downside move, and this jiggles around, starts to become a nice kind of shakeout bottom. And as it clears this, probably tomorrow, assuming that maybe it closes green, it could result in a more substantial move. Now, if it closes red, right, let's say it just closed like this, right? It's like, okay, looks like it's going to go down, and maybe do one of those retest patterns.
I spoke about before, something like that. Well, what if it gaps above this high tomorrow? I think it'd be a gap and go because you'd have this consolidation at resistance, and then it's gapping above the high, a 5 minute high trade or a 15-minute high.
So for today, things are just dealing with what we've talked about.
Nirvana, not looking bad intraday compared to some others. Granted, I know it's in a downtrend. It came down, looking at the 5 minute, but comparing that to, well, Q's dipping down to the low of the day here, but still well above that point where buyers would be more willing to step in. SPX is back below 4,000. That's cooked, finished. See, it had to be on your end, Gary. At least you figured it out. Was that one of your own, Don? Call spread on that? That doesn't look like a Dan type of call spread on a daily chart. I'm surprised you liked it. Well, what was the strikes? 490? It's far enough away. Don't chase it. Starting to make a turn. Keep an eye. We'll see what it does. Hopefully it doesn't move too much more. Be good if it can have this kind of range day reversal by the end of the day. Might be better tomorrow. And from the letter, kind of inching up. The X inching. Nothing. Could be good tomorrow, especially over the high of a red bar. Gapped. From the letter. This is fine. Might go later today or tomorrow. Anybody do this from the letter? I don't know if you got the premium, it gapped up. was going out 2 weeks. This was in the advisory letter. There's a spread 140, 120. That's a decent long. Yeah. This for shorting puts. I don't know if it gave a limit. Prices are coming down to where buyers should want it. It should start to find some buyers somewhere in here. We're probably going to take a couple hours, chopping sideways. And it could close red on the day. You know, again, it's going to take, I think, with a pattern like this, it's better it takes 2 days or so. Maybe tomorrow, if this is red, tomorrow's a green day, and that would be the setup that would take this maybe to the 20. Okay, but mean, let me just see what the 37. So you wanted to along on this at 37.55 to take out the high of the day. Here, okay. Yeah, that's one. Say, yeah, you definitely wouldn't buy this. You definitely wouldn't want to buy this. It's right, exactly 100 greater than 100% retracement. In addition to what the market is doing, being at resistance and all of that. It could, like everything else, it could. This is more messy than some of the other ones that we looked at, but this could, because the way you got to view this is more like this. I'm saying why? Because this traded around here and back up, and it basically dealt with all of this over here. So this is like confusing to look at. Which, you know, it has a similar pattern of what's beginning to shape up on the hourly charts on a lot of things where, you know, the move down, now up, it's dealing with resistance, goes sideways for hours, and eventually, you know, green day tomorrow, you know, type of bullish 180 where things could to go back up. Now, so this is a terrible buy setup, right? As far as to trigger above that bar's high. However, I mean, you know, a gap and then it takes it out in addition. But something that's pulled back, and I'm again, you know, this sideways price action and then the breakdown, like everything else that we've seen market wise and lots of stocks. Point I want to make is you'd have to share size it down here or a little below that. And the misalignment of time frames could eventually, the bigger time frame eventually work out. And that is just based on an assumption that, you know, overall this broke out some time ago, you know, pulled back with the market and maybe things work out. I mean, that is what the essence of swing trades. Some are clearly better than others, where they don't have so much congestion, but so many swing trades that you might enter, there'll be misalignment of lower time frames. It doesn't necessarily mean you shouldn't do it. It's just that you have to share size it, put your stop at an appropriate place so that what's going on in these time frames can come into alignment with the bias of the higher time frame. And I've been talking all morning about that happening, about the current environment, where it's going to take, you know, today and possibly into tomorrow for these things to come into alignment with each other, you know, if that's in the cards. If, you know, this thing falls apart and comes lower, I don't know whether this would be could be a continuation pattern down here. I suppose if some negative news came out, it could be, but it's just not a good setup. I mean, and those of you that get the advisory letter where I usually go through all the S&P charts with an overview of all of them. I did the S&P 500 and I said, basically everything's the same out there. So I'm not going to go through it, you know? And I explained, these aren't great long setups and they're not good short setups. Yeah, those of you that don't get it. This is what I wrote. What's up with that? Huh, not allowing me to paste this in here. That's weird. Hmm, what's up with Zoom? Now it won't allow me to paste something in here. Copy. I have to do it this way. Yeah. Call Dan for technical advice. No, I opened the room and Dan's not in here now. He said he was going to try and come in on the plane. He said, but the internet stinks on the plane. Could be okay. Um, went a little sideways there. I don't love it, but skeptical after that reversal, but it's okay. I don't like it because I don't see any place to put a stop for this other than down below here. So the reward to risk isn't very good. But it might go up a bit. I mean, it's already moving. So I mean, if I was going to do it, I'd have been in it already and be itching to sell because I just don't care for its potential. You think that's real, Sam? Kind of looks like a bad tick or something. You know, the way it was going there, and kind of weirdo kind of a move. Well, we can see if there's any volume there. Here's something maybe for tomorrow. Everything's going to be tomorrow. I'm not doing anything today, but maybe even in the coming days. You know, that was an earnings gap. So good volume, gap up, positive. At some point, I think it goes higher. In my list of stocks would meet a certain criteria, kind of indicative of the day. There's only one bullish bar, wide range bar, and I think it's the one Stephen mentioned. And there's no bearish bars. No bearish wide range bars. However, out of the 1,118 stocks in the list, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's only 7 green on the day. Yes, this is going to take a little while, but it's starting to shape up. See if we can get some kind of a retest, a little more bottoming action here over lunchtime. Qs are doing a little better than the Russell, better than the S&Ps. Ain't out of the woods yet. All below their open. This is well below its opening price, which means it's got more room to go up, but it's not bottomed out yet. No, staying out of trouble. These things got to turn around. This is a put spread. This could easily get stopped out and be okay. And it's a credit spread, so you got to do what you got to do. But an igniting move, today's weakness, just got to hope the buyers begin to step up. Four. Depends on how this moves, Sam and others, but this could be one of those types that takes out the stop, and it's the worst place to get stopped out. But it would be, this would have to go down, like just continually flowing down to be that. I mean, if it went sideways for the next several hours and then took out the stop, that would be bad, much worse. This is in the weekly options trader. Make a little video.
All right, guys. I'm gonna drop this video in the weekly options trader. We'll see what plays out here. I actually have to go out. I have an appointment at 12:30, probably gonna be an hour, I would assume. And you know what to be looking for here this afternoon. Just based on what I've been talking about all morning, this could be a double bottom type of setup here. Or even if it takes out the low of the day, watch to see if it flips back up. All right, I'll be back. Hey, I'm back. That was the turn. That's when I left. Said, watch for this retest. All right, so things are starting to shape up. You're welcome. At least I gave the heads up. I mean, what was a good setup coming down to the resistance line. What was resistance anyway? Coming down there, buyer step up, and then the retest. So, things are coming back, still below the open here, but hanging in there against the resistance. So let's look at some. Let's see what's up on the day now. Wow, big change, big change. Oh, that's the weekly. Oh, so in my list before, wow. Remember I said I had like 1,000, 1,100 and something stocks in the list. All right, so there's a couple more that came into the list, 1,123. I said there was six. There were six that were up on the day at the time. Now, just positive on the day. Now there is and positive meaning it could just be fractionally positive, like pretty much meaningless, but it's green. So now there's 800 up on the day. And some of them are just like whatever, a tenth of a. Let's see what's up most. Wow. Giant. This was the one I think Steven mentioned that didn't wait for him, but might get a secondary entry here. Keep an eye on that. Carvana. Starting to make the turn. I mean, it came down a lot. This kind of pattern, and look at the hourly, still in a downtrend. And it's right up at resistance, the prior day's high. So terrible entry point. Let's see if it'll hold up. This is where we'd like to see it go sideways at resistance, where it's making this turn. We'll come back to this a little later. It's a monster day. That could be a continuation pattern. Came down real hard. I only look at that myself for a day trading kind of thing. Might get up to the 50 though, or $10 in between those moving averages. This market can hang on here. Up against the pivot here on the Russell, where these took it out. Big day. What did CME do? held on by a hair. That's a sweater. Yeah. Is that down here? $79 on the cues. Man, you willing to give back a lot? Ideally, it would turn around here. Like, if it can make this higher low and stay green on the day, it's what we've been talking all day. Like, buyer pulls back, buyers step up where they're supposed to. They jiggle back and forth. Somehow they're able to hold on to this move here and get back up near the end of the day. And there's a good possibility that it could follow through into tomorrow. Now that's got resistance, but if it holds on to the gain, it should go through it. Steel, interesting. It's going to test it. It's almost back to the low of the day. But let's see if it makes. So this is what we call major support, right? The low prior to the higher high. And there will be buyers there. But based on taking out these highs, and I know this is only on a 2-minute chart, but that's still the low of the day, and this moving average is meaningless to me on a 2-minute chart. This 200. That doesn't mean people aren't looking at it on a 2-minute chart, because that's what they do. but it's not supposed to come down here. Now, again, today, turn day, whatever, was IWM to put on the other charts. You know, this could all just be part of some kind of turn, which is not a good turn. The depth of retracement here, that's not a pivot, but it is the support and why I drew it there. So now we got, it could be a breakdown failure. And well, look at the hourly chart. From this morning's discussion, time frames are out of alignment here. Well, this we could view as starting to become a sideways trend. Major support is down here, the low prior to the higher high. It did consolidate at resistance and continue higher. So coming down to this area, while we don't define it as major support, is still a significant support level. And these being out of alignment, and even this pullback here, if it breaks the low of the day, it's still in this area of this gap. It could turn around and start coming up. And that is where we would start seeing, this, lower high, lower low at support beginning to come into alignment here, where the hourly starts to, you can see what I'm talking. It could be like a head and shoulders bottom. The 5-minute now is coming down here. And even if it breaks here, what we'd want to see is some kind of a breakdown failure. Right? So the hourly could be that, where it then could be like a shakeout, and tomorrow could be where potentially some kind of trending move could happen. Right? Because trending moves have a much higher probability of trending when time frames are aligned. And of course, it would clear here. That would be our assumption, that it would clear this area because of this bottoming process, if it actually plays out, and what I explain here. And then you've got the void where it could attack this area. $1,900 on the NQs, the Russell. Yeah. I mean, if it broke through there, it would be breaking some support for sure. But overlapping opens and closes. All of this is in the courses, right? Overlapping opens and closes as being a reference point of support in multiple time frames. And so coming up on 2:30. Let's see what happens. It probably won't go down if the market turns around. It's a nasty looking daily chart. Even things that look terrible, if the market turns around, they tend not to go down until the market runs out of steam. See how it plays out. pretty far. It's been on the active list quite a bit lately. This boil. I see. I see it just broke out, but it's right at resistance and it's been going up for a while. So, just based on what we look at, right? What's to the left? Is it a greater than 100% retracement? Yes. Is it likely to stall? Yes. Now, what it does here, right? What it does here would be telling, meaning does it go sideways, which would be super bullish, right? That's the shakeout pattern, absorbing supply. If it goes sideways and you get a spike down and it comes back up again, that would be bullish. And just based on the way it went up, buying here, I guess the only place I would say that makes sense to put a stop would be under Friday's low. Which should be enough if it's all that bullish. This could make an end of day run to get back to the high of the day. See how it deals with this pivot. But you have to wonder why. Meaning, other than the pattern, why would steel get bought? Other than just being down a bunch, right? Just a technical bounce like everything else. Well, there's jiggles here, but it's still early. Now, this This is a range expansion bar compared to these. Now, yeah, this one was, but the depth of retracement put a buy in question. Right? So just having a turn. I live on vacation. No. I don't like going away. No. I don't like planes, go to Bulgaria every few years. Trying to get my brother-in-law and sister-in-law to fly here. Well, Nikki can see her family. He offered to buy the tickets. I never go away just to be away, a vacation, get away from everything. Maybe that's not good, but Shishka needs a vacation. Shishka lives with me. That's wonderful. Play with her. I walk her. We make her food every day. We should all be more like a dog. Yeah, exactly, Scott. If you get angry at them, they don't hold it against you. They love you no matter what. Wow. I've taken several dogs to trainers. It's amazing what they can do. As you, of course, certain dogs are more fitted to obedience or any kind of training. Which I don't think bulldogs are very good for it, but they're great for training, I think. They're meant for that kind of thing. I mean, I had a Doberman many years ago, and I mean, that dog is just made to do training, discipline, whatever. It's an old English bulldog. So it's not the British bulldog kind, an old English bulldog, supposedly more like what they were supposed to be like. And it's a female, so great. A little bit protective, not harmful in any way, friendly to everybody. Healthier. The vet tells me that the males, I don't know, maybe that's what all breeds, I don't know, but he says the male old English bulldog, they're a little more difficult to deal with, a little more aggressive. And buyers throwing in the towel a bit here. You can see stops are getting hit. There's a picture of her, Scott. For a credit spread? No. Depends on when it expires. I mean, if that had premium this week, I think it could be a no-brainer. Yeah, so it's gonna hold on to that premium. Oh, today's earnings. Tonight. But you could go to 165 if you're willing to hold through the earnings play kind of deal. Uh, 65, 60. I don't know if it's worth it for 40 cents. What do you think, Sam? You're the earnings guy. $5 wide for, it's not even 40 cents. Maybe it is 40 cents, yeah. Too close. 165? You think it'd go down there? I don't know what the expected move is, but you got this, little breakdown failure there, and you got this pivot at 167. I mean, all these things are risky. So this is a perfect example of prices going down because they didn't go up. The bottoming action, it takes out the highs, people buy the pullback. It looks like it should work out. $11. Well, then 165 should work. If you think about the reward to risk, no one would ever do a credit spread. There's more potential for bigger moves, but that's why they're juicing up the strikes, the premium. I agree. It's in an uptrend, and it's got, this low here, and it would be a pivot because it's only got 2 to the right, but that's okay. We know it spiked down and came up. Now, we ain't going to even think this is long unless it was to take out today's bar, or unless that was a bottoming tail bar with the earnings coming out. Who knows? You got to wait. But, if the earnings are good, it probably gaps above the high of the red bar. And if it gaps down, say it comes down under the 50 to 174, well, it's got a base there. So it would be an igniting type of a gap. I guess we'll see what it does. So you're going to do them naked. Okay. It's been working. Did this come out already, Sam? The way it's moving? Maybe not. Just saying, since it's up several days, it could be going up in anticipation of the earnings. Zoom is more likely that to be after the close. And that's down at support. So even if that was to gap down, there's going to be buyers. Yeah, it's down here. It's down at the low of the day. Getting close. Maybe buyers they'll give it another try here. Who knows? You know, it's just that kind of day. You did this over here, or did you do it up here? No, I mean the price of the spiders. Like this was the initial failure at 400. Oh, you did it on the way down? Yeah. Hmm. There's a bunch of earnings today. This TC doesn't say if they're before or after the close, but this one was on Dan's list this morning. I don't know if these are weeklies or monthlies. Monthlies. Yeah.
This FinViz doesn't list it as after the close. In their scanner, they don't have a choice of just saying, just show me the ones that are weekly options. Yes, after the close. W day is after the close also. This one's just too close, but it's all the way on support, even if it was to gap down. I wouldn't trade that as a swing long, Andrew. You know, so many things were going sideways, whereas they should have just broken higher. And then so many things broke down under prior pivot lows. Now, XLF held up a little better. I mean, you know, it didn't make a higher high, but it's got a double top and it's a deep retracement. So this is what I see as the problem with virtually everything. This consolidation that was supposed to resolve itself on the upside, it failed. So now it's got to repair the damage. So what I've been talking about all day today, right? It's like, okay, this is the turn. You know, when this came down to the 50, so it showed relative strength to the S&Ps, right, which came down to the 200. And this is at the 200. And so you got everything at some moving average or some support, and it pops up. And now they've given it back today. And the whole conversation about the pullback and maybe the hourly coming in alignment, where tomorrow could be some kind of advancement day. I mean, so in addition, this gapped above these highs. So as, again, someone in front of a screen, I'm not entering that based on, first of all, my bias about the market. If it takes out a 5-minute high or a 15-minute high, you know, pulling back,
and getting a pattern here to where, it starts to base out, things start to come together. I think, look, if it does work out, what I've explained, meaning it doesn't dive back down, this doesn't turn into a measured move lower tomorrow, and it does stabilize here, I think there's going to be more opportunities than you could possibly even think about doing, because so many things what we've seen are forming these patterns, so that what you need to do is to pick a few things and not worry about the other 200 of them. That's far away. I think this is that day things got messed up, because that's not, I don't think that's real. This says tomorrow. Yeah, you said tomorrow. Touching this thing to see if it can get its legs back. Probably a biotech, of course. Yeah, lose 30-40% in a day. Got to be a biotech. It has to have news. Leisure soccer team. I guess they lost. You got a sell set up here, could be a day trade short. Maybe it goes down to the low of the day. It's a stretch. The market ain't turning around. There's no setup to even think about it as a long, and it's down at the bottom here. Ain't shorting it. Scalper short. Look at the rejection there. I mean, I much prefer higher price stocks, but it's weak. I'm not sure about the market cycle question, Andrew, but this is bearish. I mean, here it looked great. It collapsed. It rallied and got killed, and it collapsed. It rallied and broke down again. I'd say it's going lower. There's little to no support underneath it. Yeah. And I'm not saying it would go down to $250, but just based on the chart, that's where buyers would be most aggressive. You know, these little stabilizations that happened on the way up after all of this sideways price action and the breakdown. I mean, I'm not saying don't even look at them as a possible stall point, but unless you were to see some kind of monster turn here, I think they just stair stepping points that before it goes lower. Look at that. Yeah. Gapped up and failed. And if this is going down, this is the biggest driver of the Dow because it's the highest priced. Well, for me, it's a very difficult spot here with most things because, you know, because the market could it bounce for a couple of days? I think we're going to see tomorrow. You know, it's getting kind of late to recover significantly. So I think tomorrow they're either these red bars that we're seeing, you know, I'm just looking at this, doesn't really matter. So many things gave back today. They're either going to follow through lower or there's going to be red bars ignored. And if they follow through lower, it's a greater potential for a measured move down to here. Now, a buyer is going to be that aggressive, you know, and whatever it is, I don't think the earnings matter anymore because most of the stocks that are going to report earnings, I don't think they're going to affect the market very much. This is the whatever economic numbers there are Thursday and Friday. So there's 2 days of basically do whatever you want, wherever it's going to go before there's that risk. We kind of got the same thing no matter where. I mean, healthcare is the worst. You know, I was thinking it could make the turn here off of the 200 and it just couldn't do it, even after the red bar, the green bar there. So look, these are narrow range days today. You know, flip a coin. We're not in the business of flipping coins. But we should get some kind of confirmation one way or the other, I think, tomorrow. It's an earnings deal, Don. I mean, I just look at the strikes that you're picking, and there's no way you're gonna get premium up there unless the earnings are coming. I see it's tomorrow. Well, yeah, there's gonna be premium higher and lower because of the earnings. Well, if you did the call spread and it falls, yeah, of course. If it gaps down, you're golden. That is that a biotech? Healthcare. Oh, this SYNH just still drifting. That market doesn't want to do anything. It's just drifting. Keep an eye on that to see if it wanted to turn around. That's Dow's a 1, 2, 3 lower. We'll see tomorrow. This the weekly chart's a weekly chart. Oh, it's too soon to call that. Yeah. CME. And that was after hanging around there all that time. Yeah. That's what I was talking about, Rob, this morning was like, if it came down here and hit the stop, but that went sideways for a couple of hours. That's not the same thing. And it's just, I look at something like this and you say, well, why? Besides it just being, a negative day, what turned out to be a negative day for the markets. Probably just too many people long this thing with a pattern that is not all that developed yet as far as this power move up. Yeah. It's all 2020 because on a bullish day, probably would have worked out, would have went up, but I don't know what the loss was on that, but I'm sure it was some pain. That's a big day. That's why I'm saying, maybe just too many people long it. Why would something fall apart so badly? I mean, a lot of things gave back gains, but they didn't have big, nasty bars like this today. You think that works, Alex? Those market on closed orders? Debbie used to mention that a lot in the past. I didn't see that it had that big a effect. They didn't report that kind of stuff years ago. I've mentioned this, I don't know, a while ago. I'm repeating the story, whenever if you've been here, but and I'm talking 19, maybe 1999. I don't know. Anyway, we went to the trading floor. I think it was Smith Barney's trading floor. And standing there with this, whoever he was, explaining what he does day to day. And maybe I'm selling this because of what you're saying. Maybe they report this kind of information that wasn't reported many, many years ago. And what they would do is they would take a hedge funds trades, whoever they are, and they would say, hey, we want these stocks sold or bought by the end of the day. And they would say, okay, we do it. I don't know what kind of price they would assure them, but whatever. If they didn't get done, they would take the stock. And this guy had everything, however he didn't explain how they did it. It was just my computer screen right here. All of these stocks, these are going to get bought and these are going to get sold at the close. And you press a button and it just starts going. Clearly, somebody's got to be on the other side of those orders, right? that they don't collapse the stock or drive it higher. And, that's maybe part of it. They're taking it. He didn't go into too much detail about all the nuances of it. Oh, no one's loving healthcare too much. Hey, all of these red bars today that were green earlier in the day, they might follow through lower. They're not great sell setups, I'll tell you that. None of them are no-brainers. I think that NVIDIA was a heads up to the day this morning. And that didn't work out. A bullish day, that would have worked out. I don't care about it. That gap up extended, but this would have ran up at least till 10:30 on a bullish day. Just garbage. Apple, worked out a bit and gave it back. You'll see tomorrow, Don. I think this is a potential frog in a blender scenario here. Sitting on the 50, it's down a few days, a gap reversal today. Do we get measured moves or we're, flipping the other direction? I didn't like Merck either. I toasted to Dan. Breakout failure, initial breakout failure. There's so many of these patterns that are, let's go through them because, I'm not confident one way or the other, obviously, but this one's a bit better that it moved up a bit, but you've got all of these, that didn't move much after this initial drop. And that's what I'm saying. Do we get measured moves on, well, not so much this one, but, with these little narrow bars, they're not that reliable. So what's going to drive these things lower to make, tomorrow, other than they just didn't go up today? Any news tomorrow, just in the morning, could turn any of these things in the other direction. So that's at resistance. Team, same kind of thing. All right, came down. There's probably some moving average there. Well, there isn't. I'm just looking at my other screen. But rejection today. But again, we looked at this numerous times today, hourly charts that, are they going to be forming some kind of bottoms? This is in a steady downtrend, but Starbucks is more like what we spoke about today. With the deep retracement, can it get turned around? And this bottoming, this one, I think Thomas asked about this morning, where it started off the day great, and that's held up relatively well. CrowdStrike, it's approaching that support, not bottoming, but it gave back today, but narrow day. There's Starbucks, narrow bar, narrow bars, narrow bars. Maybe this is a bit better. It's as far as something that could drop. Nothing of interest. And I saw something went across the screen before about durable good orders weren't as good, and that kind of alleviated, right? It's always about the Fed, right? Fed. They're going to raise interest rates. So just because they see one number that says, hey, things are starting to go the way they want, doesn't mean they're going to stop. They're not going to stop. Well, I'm just saying that I saw that come across, and it said, and the blip was that it was less than anticipated, and that alleviated some Fed fears. I mean, come on. I guess they gotta talk about something. That's what they do, right? If they don't talk about whatever is going on, any news to the day, how are they going to sell the advertising? Yeah, we talked about this. This is one of the better looking things to short. No earnings. I mean, it's a higher price stock. Does it make sense to buy puts? And you guys know the deal with the options, time decay. But if that gap's down tomorrow, you'll be good. Rather than short the stock. I mean, it should go through 480. I don't think it would make much sense to pay double to go out to next week, because it's either gonna work out in the next day or two, or it's not. That looks bad. You short this tomorrow. I mean, this is going to have earnings. What is it? Is this a retailer? That's a better continuation short. Breakdown. You know, chop, chop, chop. Stop above today's high, but it can trigger tomorrow under the low, TJX. Good night, John. Win. Win could be a call spread. An option. Nothing. And spready. Selling a put. TJX. Wouldn't do that. Buy a put. You could, sure. If it's liquid. I was thinking the same thing, Don. Usually he would have messaged me by now. He's off the plane, but he hasn't. My wife said to me, he's drunk already. They probably did get drunk on the plane. Yeah, I don't know, Paul. I mean, and I was going to make another video on this to explain to everybody that taking the greater than 100% retracement has to happen after a fluid move. And it didn't happen. It went sideways for a few hours. So that would have been one to kill, unfortunately. Yeah, for sure. It's a breakout failure. That little blip up doesn't change anything on the daily chart. I don't know. I think the whole market is kind of a coin flip. I've said that today. I mean, this had a nice move up this wide range bar. And what I was explaining before, with lots of different patterns, they should have followed through higher and they didn't. So they've all created these different levels of uncertainty, obviously more in CME than Merck. But, with the market, we're going to see, as I've said, is this just part of a bottoming process? The hourly chart here, is this just part of this bottoming process to try and make some kind of a move higher? Or is it going to be a measured move lower? They did it. They did a put spread, Alex, last week on, I think, Friday. Yeah. It's not Dan's typical pattern, but I guess he figured it was so far away. That tail there. Look, credit spreads are, what credit spreads are. Right? I don't think prices are going to go down there or up there. That's all it is. She was on there, or she was on Fox earlier today. I don't know which one it was, saying she thinks eventually Bitcoin, she's a Kukovitz, I think, a little bit. Bitcoin, $1 million in our lifetime. I don't know. I mean, she's a smart person. Maybe too big a brain. I mean, those funds were like the deal. You know, and then they weren't. So, yes, it was, Sam. It was a put spread. So the video I made before was so the stop was 184.94. That was the stop. And so the whole idea of the greater than 100% retracement was, okay, it topped out and it's going down. It tries to hold here and it fails. Down, 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 down. And it winds up holding. So the video was about, hey, if it just continued, hold your breath. But it holds. It doesn't take out the stop. And now it goes sideways, right, for a couple of hours. That's bad. You have to take the stop. Because now it looks like it's going to go down here. And that just leads to more pain, of course. But look, it's a wide range bar. I mean, maybe there's an inside day tomorrow. Maybe it turns into a 1, 2, 3. This friggin' thing, because of the daily chart, might just pop. Maybe it goes sideways and pops back up the next day. Who the hell knows? But for a credit spread, it ain't working. And they're too freaking dangerous to second guess it. Maybe this Merc is too early. Oh, 7. So this didn't hit the stop. Certainly questionable. Willio is another one. Bull put credit spread. Why is the bull put 62? I don't know. LMT bull put credit spread 470. That's far away. You're going to see which way this thing flies tomorrow. I said that after the first 40 minutes or so, and it's exactly just played out that way all day today. When it had the chance to regain its footing or hold on to the footing that it gained, it fell apart. And now we'll see tomorrow whether it's going to be a measured move or it flips in the other direction. Pins, just see pins. Daily chart, not great. I'm not seeing anything that's great, but that TJX, that because it's got, 1, 2, 3, 4 days, and the gap reversal today, if it takes out that low, that's a decent setup. All this other stuff we talked about all day, we're going to see tomorrow. So Have a great night. Talk in the AM. If anything, hopefully all the conversation kept you out of trouble today.